we are audible now. Dum, 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 dum. Dum, 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 dum. Okay, so hello, hello. There was this chant that I heard by a, I'm not sure whether I should call him a fellow narrator, that went like 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and that wasn't to my liking, so we are trying to find something different, and let's see if we can tune this up just a bit. Dum, 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 dum. All these months have passed, but still we don't have a clever song to present here. Oh, I can hear no clipping, so perhaps we are on the safe side, even if we are still. Hold on now. Now you just wait. Okay, so yeah. Professional streamer to be, as stated in the description of the channel. We are doing everything in our power to make that happen any day now. Okay, let's fine tune this just a bit more. Dum 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 dum. And hold on a second. And after this rather short break, we are back on the task of balancing our audio. Oops. Just left and right here and there, just a bit. Ooh. Okay, well, this looks really promising, or sounds really promising. So the trick is to have 48 volts on the line. All these things one can forget while doing things of lesser importance. It's just okay. Now, so the task of the day is to assemble a computer, and that's why we have this intermission instead of gameplay or even the menu present. We also have a chat window. I don't know whether that's going to work, but we can give it a chance. For this once, let's see. That looks still all right. And this is probably the reason why people have their producers, but I may have mentioned that earlier in some of the streams of the past. There's also a chance that I will return to the topic every now and then. Let's verify that. Because for some reason we are in a quite unbalanced stage, it seems to me. Perhaps that is for a reason. I just realized that we could probably have microphones that produce stereo sound. This is a very interesting problem that I've also faced earlier, I think. Well, then again, I don't know if I do want to think this through, since this is just going to be a really short pre-stream or really short intermission. Hopefully, in an ideal case at least, that's the case. But I have been wrong before, so perhaps this is one of those many times when that is a very characteristic problem of mine reappears, like a long lost Pokemon. Because there are probably ways to make anything happen, but okay, we'll get back to that later on. Just utilize the chat function, what have you. All right, so right, we don't need this box anymore, and the very clever chat window could be somewhere like here perhaps, where there's empty room. So we are about to assemble this this computer, for which we have several parts at our disposal. I hope we have all of the parts that we need. So we have a motherboard, we have a CPU, so central processing unit, we have some RAMs for the memory, we have hard disk, we also have a fan, and then we do have a graphics processing unit, perhaps GPU, and we have some plants that need watering, and then we have PSU to produce some power for us, and we have a case that's a different case. Our task of the day is to combine these pieces in such a manner that eventually the return to this streaming world might be possible. And because it's been a while, so a few years ago I helped a friend of mine to assemble their computer, and it went fine after we found out that the motherboard of theirs was a faulty one, not because of anything that we did, of course. So I have some knowledge about the gear of the day, or the equipment that's state of the art these days. This is not necessarily state of the art, but it's state of the art-ish. But one of the things I learned earlier was that there is this cases manual that tells which parts should go where and when, so we can try to follow that to a point, and then we can just hey ho, as they say in this scene. I'm constantly behind the leaves, but that's probably quite all right. Because we are trying to do this in a similar fashion as we play Age of Empires, so follow the meta to a point, or if required or forced by our opponent, but if possible, let's try to find some clever new ways to have fun. So that's what we are here to do. But there's also the chance that we are not going to get a finished computer by the end of the stream, even if I'm reserving some hour for the occasion, because the last time I did do something of this sort was almost 10 years ago, when I assembled an HD PC for my living room, for my 10 living room, then a dead room, because no life can happen where PCs exist or roam free. That much I learned when I was younger and relearned as an adult. So there's a chance that we have not ordered all the pieces that are actually required, or that we are not going to be able to fit them all to the places where they are expected to be fit. But that's one of the joys of life. Now, Zura AOE. What you got there? Ryzen 7. Indeed. Yes, I've been reading reviews. So we have Ryzen 7, which has a model 7800X 3D, which is, I understood, the go-to CPU of the day. And for that we have a peerless assassin that shows how masculine this PC world is. Like, this could be just a dust-free blower or something. But no, it's peerless assassin. Despite the fact that the name could also mean that it's peerless because there's no one as bad for killing people as this one is. I, for one, am quite close to being a peerless assassin, because I'm stating that I'm assassin on an international stream. So there can't be too many of those, and it's not a good thing. So peerless assassin is a great cooler, good pick, says Azura. So thank you very much. Thank you. Appreciate it. And it's not too late to change anything. So of course, if I put this PC together, it's not like I'm going to very easily disassemble it afterwards to return any of the equipment or anything like that. But it's a theoretical possibility in any case, especially if we can not make it work. And what else? So this is the cooler, right? So we have some pieces. I understood that this should be really easy to install, but I am not aware of the specifics, because I thought this might be fun to do together to a certain point. But rest assured, if it gets too hard, difficult, or burdening, you are free to leave or take a break. I might take a break myself as well eventually. So here we have this, sorry for the noise, this motherboard, which is not a top-notch choice, but might just do the work. And I'm going to have to read the manuals a bit. But before that, I would like to mention, since I was chatting with Sura pre-stream, and he asked how to handle the little monsters that they are when they are young. So we are talking about cats mostly, but could be applied to any animal or humans. And I thought that since we have had cats when I was young, there might be some useful tidbits to share. And also there might be people who are very knowledgeable when it comes to cats following the stream. So there's a chance that someone could help me with answering part of the stream. But a friend of mine just mentioned that when he had cats, and they were kittens, he taught them to handle the pain, or to get used to the fact that something might be stuck to their mouths. Could be medicine, for example. That's something that's quite common with, or it was common with, or somebody, the cats that I have in my possession, or with whom I'm sharing the room as we speak, had some medication for a few weeks, and it would have been easier if he would have enjoyed taking his medicine, which he didn't. So either I was forced to force him, or to be more clever than a grown-up cat. And everyone knows that that's not a very easy task. So what my friend, let's call him Sami in this case, recommended was to just make them familiar with the idea of having his finger in their mouths without being too upset about the fact, so that when they later on in their lives would be forced to be fed some medicine, they would just accept the fact that their lives have this disturbing part in it that they wouldn't necessarily choose if they were free to choose anything. So that's one of the tricks that I presume might come in handy. So we should have a motherboard that is fit to the processor, and because it's AM5 socket for Ryzen 7000 series. And there's probably quite an easy way to, before you proceed, we are going to skip that page and onwards we go. There's very good hints of how to position the memory sticks, but we are going to get back to that some time later. This might be a bit longer stream than I was expecting when I thought of the idea and got the monetary support for it, now that I'm thinking about it. And I also had a chance to accept friends' assistance for this installation thing, but instead I went for a brunch. So jokes on me, right? But I regret very little for now. But please return to the topic in few hours, and perhaps I'm here begging for anyone to help me with anything. All right, but the cat thing, from what I've learned, they will get easier as they grow upper. But I don't think I have very good advice to offer, since after the fact that we had 3 or 4 cats perhaps when I was a little bit younger than I'm now, important. Install processor first and then remove and keep the cover. Okay, so I should learn how to install a processor first. Well, that's good. The cats were, we didn't have them simultaneously, but just 1 or 2 cats at the same time. So the burden was that the cats were quite characteristic, strong-willed cats, and being a kid, I was very often out-tricked by them, and they hurt my sleeping schedule. So at some point it was quite similar. So we all were awake during the nights and the small hours, and then went to sleep when the sun rose. But there were times when I was not able to follow that schedule, and then having a cat asking for attention when you are expected and halfly want by yourself to sleep wasn't too nice in my opinion. So I never wanted a cat when I got a chance to move away from the mad cat's house. But love makes you do things that you will later regret, and then later, even later, not regret but love. So that's how somebody made his way to my life, and I don't know what's been done to him when he was younger, but he's a very nice cat to my liking. So now I'm going to have to focus on walking around this very important task. All right. So we have this motherboard, we have a processor, and the guide that we have says that the CPU fits in only one correct orientation. Do not force. Yeah, well, that makes sense. Ensure that all power cables are unplugged. Well, yeah, we can do that as well. So far. Keep the cap after installing the motherboard. With the cap on AM5 socket. Okay. And that was the first thing I was trying to remove. So the joke's on me. And then there are all these pins that we will want to thermal sensor. Basic installation. Okay. So do not take the cap away. Right. But we unleash this lever, which either shows or doesn't. Ta-ta! Right. And that was the first component down, but luckily it was just the processor. Do not tell the shop if I ever am forced to return that. And then it opens like this. Okay. We need a head cam or something for the next installation procedure. And then we will put the processor neatly on its place and hope that everything is more or less fine, since it was still so that has to be the only correct position. Just going to double check in a good light that we don't have too much dust or anything. These days I also have a Hoover, so that makes my life that much more dust free. And thus I am allowed to drop CPUs on the floor, and following the 5-second rule, I should be able to still have working gear at my disposal. Okay, so now we shouldn't force too much, and it should fit neatly there. Right, good. And now we get to remove that part. So then we have this cooling system installation. And this should be both exciting and rewarding. Warning, it says, please peel off label before you use it. Well, it's not very readable, but you can trust me on this. And that we can do. We don't need this box anymore. Neither do we need this. And then, if we jump back to the motherboard part, it recommends. All right, yeah, well, this is very good. Okay. So this is the guide we are following. Do we happen to have, because I understood that the PA should have some cooling thermal thing, the paste with it, but are we stuck already? Because I may be mixing that with some other fan that I almost picked before I learned about this. Let's see, so there's nothing there at least. And then we have this box right there. And pieces of paper that we don't need. And low temperature, high performance, says the guide. And here we do have Thermal Rights TF7 paste. Hopsi Babeli, what the system looks like at this point? Well, I'm glad that you asked, since the system, the future of gaming, looks like this. And so far we have only dropped the CPU on the floor once. So there's a chance that we might be able to pull this one off. Let's see. There's a chance. And now we are reaching the point where we would like to add the cooling paste. At least that's how things were done in the past. But no. We want to support the motherboard first. And perhaps one of the pieces of paper that we are not going to need is this instruction manual. So we will hesitantly get back to the floor level. All the important parts have been in contact with floor, like I have been in contact with the floor, and also the cat that we know, Samperi, has been in contact with the floor more often than not. So we want 4 screws, right? We remove those ordinary things and then we will add new extended ones. Ooh. Of course there's this, like this is black and white, but in these parts back we have, but they have, like, these are the sort of things that I either didn't remember that we had when I was a kid, or when I used to build more often these computers, assemble and disassemble them, than I did pet the cats, for example, the kittens. But now, so Hopsi Papeli, who stated only once, and that's a very cheerful thing indeed. Since Hopsi Papeli, you are a very known Catman, do you have any advice to Sura and others regarding what to do with kittens and what sort of important lessons might you want to teach them before they grow up, and perhaps to make them more human-like or more likeful towards humans or kind? Meanwhile, I'll just carefully adjust our camera just a bit to get my face on the screen a bit more to my liking. But in any case, if you happen to have any good advice, then please do stream about them. So we will want to, and welcome to follow this very nice action that we have ongoing as I speak. So as per the advice of the piece of paper that I found from the floor, we should remove these old supportive pieces of plastic that are very dubious and not good enough for our liking, and then switch these more majestic and well, more expensive, yes, and more supportive and better quality parts in their stead. Like the last time I was assembling a computer, we didn't have these sorts of accessories, perhaps is the word. Or if we did, we didn't care. But it's also quite likely. So this is AM4, but that probably applies to AM5 as well, since these screws for sure do. Here. Just like this. Okay. So, Hopsi Babeli, don't play with kittens with your body parts, because as they grow it can be quite painful when they think they are playing. Yes, so this is very similar to, in a way, very similar to this Sami's advice of making them, if not enjoy, but at least tolerate having the finger in their mouths, so that later on when you are giving them whatever painkillers, they might not get too stressed about that and wouldn't take that as a play either. And now I'm expecting Zura to tell us that's exactly what he has been doing for the last month. So it's too late. Any other advice? Thanks for letting me know now. Oh, and I've also seen some inspirational videos that people who have made the cats tolerate being carried about have been able to make them well, enjoy just that, just being, if not handbags, but you. But this is something that we have still not done enough with Samperi. So despite being very charmful and a nice piece of pet, he doesn't enjoy being. Oh, I did that in the wrong way. Okay, but he could be more eager about the adventures that wait him when we force him into a bag. So that's probably also something that you could try to make them enjoy. so that if you ever need to go someplace, the cat would take that as an adventure and not as a threat. But this is something that I have not experienced myself too well. So somebody, for example, tolerates that more than before, but it still doesn't feel like he's too eager to see the world. When it might come in handy if he did, because there are ever so often situations where if you need someone to take care of your pet, for example, or your closest friend, then it would be really nice to be able to just back that cat to a back and then take it anywhere and just drop there and leave there for good, instead of that being a scenario or a campaign that you will have to somehow survive with the cat, survive through with the cat. Okay, so we are reaching the point where we have this nice supportive structure, and we also have not spit too much on the motherboard as of yet. We have spit some, but not too much. Right, so the next step says that calling system installation. No, but this. You know, like in the past, I might have utilized some web like PDF sort of guide or something of that sort, or watch the video and follow that through. But now that I'm here assembling this computer with my very dear and close friends, such as you, reading from the papers seems like the proper course of action. So we will want to have this. Should I just cut this with scissors or something? Or do we have a... Oh, it's detachable. Kudos to the creators. So we will want to, from the past at least, I've learned that we will want to have as thin a layer as possible, but still a layer or enough of paste so that should there be any unevenness, for example due to falling to floor, then those could be evened out. But which should be plastic. Splendid. Well, this will not do. Okay, so just a second, and we'll fetch something more suitable and expensive. Right. And what could be better than an age-old library card, which for some reason sticks to the, this paste sticks to the card really well. We didn't have this sort of problem when I was just that much younger. Perhaps the pastes have improved or gotten worse with time. Okay, so let's get rid of that for now. extra. From what I've understood based on the reviews and the huge amount of research that I did beforehand, the CPU shouldn't get too hot in any case, because it is very power efficient, at least to a point, and this manner I'm spreading this is really, I should have just added more. It's probably the correct course of action in hindsight, because we are just making this more uneven now, but it's just give us a while and you will see with the power of the, or the force of the cooler, everything will go just fine. Okay, and there we go. But in any case, it's still very important to try to do our best. Take this as a practice before we move to this more power hungry and temperature or warmth producing CPUs in the next 10 years. If the cycle rotates in such a fashion that they come back to, well, they exist, but perhaps they come back to the top of the reviews, or there are other reasons to utilize them, such as price. Well, might not be the best paste I've ever pasted, but there's just no way of beating the fizz fuss of the past. That was a sort of coding joke for all the programmers out there. Okay, and okay, but this alone was a really nice reason to not only start this assembling thing, but also to stream it, because this is very therapeutic and calming experience. Even though I'm now slightly ruining the work that was almost perfect just a while ago. Just some little paste there, just for the sake of it. Right, and any good comments? Don't play with kittens. Yes. That's very good advice. And also, I know that Hopsi Babeli has been streaming during the last summer, for example, being a very pedantic and reliable person, but I don't think I've witnessed Sura's streams. Of course, that's partially because I haven't been watching Twitch in general, but that's also the reason I'm asking whether there has been any streaming activity on his or yours part. Okay, well, this is close to terrible now, but you should have seen it just a while ago. Just like a minute ago, it was a very different beast. Okay, so should this go in vain, or I'll add just a little more before I make the closing remarks regarding this. For some reason I thought that this could take like 15 seconds. I think that when I was doing this the last time, it didn't take much longer than that. But it's these supportive structures of the cooler that make this harder than things used to be in the past. And also I have this too dear card of mine that for some reason collects more of the paste. Perhaps it's due to the fact that it's been in contact with air for how long? 15 minutes now. So it might have something to do with chemistry. But in any case, things were different when they were, and it's still very therapeutic, but also a bit stressful to wonder how well it evens out when I try to install this cooler on top of it. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. We wouldn't want the stream to end. No, not this one, but the actual stream once we get there in the next 15 years due to CPU overheating problem. Now, do we? Okay, so Hopsy Bobbly, let me see. What are you doing with the library card there? So, due to the old teaching that I've had, being a kid, we were supposed to even that out ourselves. But is the fact today such that we just add some paste and then we just install the cooler on top of that? Is that how easy things are these days? And if so, is there enough? Now that you have seen it, I'm waiting. Although I don't know if you can actually see, but so says Hopsy Bobbly. I read that you can add the paste in different patterns, like a snake or a big drop, or as you did. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Well, that's what I was doing with the library card, just showing off that I have one so people trust me. Just so you know. Okay, so what we would like to do now is position the thingy, which looks quite symmetric, like this. So now that we have installed everything in a proper fashion, we should be able to just, let's see if we are around there. Not quite. Okay, well, it's still okay. So I thought we were there, but we were not. Okay. And Hopsy Bobbly, I think not a real professional here. Okay, well, I must admit that I am not a professional either, as of yet, despite the fact that the description states that I am. Description of the stream, that is. And we should probably also have a slightly better screwdriver for this. I'll just, since this is going to take full week in any case, we can very easily spend some time searching for proper tools for our need. So there's an axe, so that's good. Sorry I couldn't take the camera with me because of the cabling, but we could have the tour around the apartment in some future intermission. Perhaps. So there's no screwdriver there. And here, I think one of the few tools that I do possess is a screwdriver. But at least it would make sense. But perhaps it's due to the nature of my neighbors that someone has borrowed that for eternity. Ah, okay. Well, forget about that. Neighbors are all good. And let's see. So, what do we have here? Hardware.fi. And 10 years old article, but it's like we as people are quite old ourselves and we are just getting better, so perhaps the article shares a similar feature, I would like to think, especially if it still exists. So who would keep no longer valid information online, I dare to ask. Okay, so this is like not like tight like about to break, but tight in a fashion that shouldn't drop by itself. So then we have a few fans. And then there's probably a positioning sort of thing and the way they are supposed to rotate and whatnots. So this can be like this, so it's like pom, pom, pom. But we will probably want to insert the memory sticks before this, now that I'm being real. So prepare the motherboard, yes, that's good. And then we have this manual over here. And CPU heatsink DIMM installation. Okay, but so Hopsi Papeli, I'm not going to open that link. So was that the one that said that you can have or use any pattern as you willed? Was that? So I do know how to install these, but I'm going to have to check whether there is a order for these to be most optimized for our use. So going down next will be these DIMM sticks. Okay, so A2 and B2. A2 and B2, and because that's like that, and those okay. Shouldn't be too hard. But that's life in general. So we will utilize the All right, because they are color coded. I was wondering for a while. So this is our B2, and then that there, open. Okay, you stay there. Oh, because only one of the sides is openable. Things have evolved from the days of the past. Have they? I'll just double check. So we will open that, and then we will slowly and gently position this as expected. Right. And let's hope that there's nothing too too weak that might take hit from that. Pum, 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 pum. Dun, 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 dun. Well, it's like, okay, that's there, and it's done. Okay, so we are reaching. Oh, so the stream works. Okay. Oh, well, that was a very, very exciting moment. So thanks, Hopsi Paaveli, for telling us that hopefully just you had a problem and it's no longer. Well, now we are reaching the point where we have this fan without fans. We have this heatsink, and we have memory sticks on place. So a few more steps, and now the question is, how should a fan be applied? I could have studied this beforehand, but no, instead I thought that it's more important to eat, for example. So if the fan fits, and it looks like it just barely does. Okay, good. So where are all the spare parts that we still have? We are not going to need those. So let's try to collect them. Just like this. There you go. And done. And Hopsi Paaveli, it froze because of me. Oopsie. Good. But don't you ever dare do that again. Because we need the stream and this support group that we might just have. And we're not going to need those either. And that is also trash. And these. All right, so here we have this very clever looking thing. Presumably for the fans, because we have a few of these. And this is one of those moments where one has to utilize their brains for a change. So we can get that through like, oh, is this a, I've been in this place before, but now the question is which way should the fan rotate? So should both of them be like inside or outside or through the heat sink? What sort of pattern are we looking at here? Perhaps there's a picture or something. But yeah, so this can be locked in like that, basically. No? Yes? No? No? Think. If this is in the outermost, like that, then that's still not. No. Okay, let's think some more. Because if it's like this, then it's too far back. And if it's like this, then that's not. Oh, that might just be enough. Okay, so let's give it a try. So like this, but here. And this is also, hopefully, very usable information for all those designers out there wondering how their works are, yes, okay, are utilized in the wild in practice. Because this is probably like an age-old way of attaching fans to this heat sink, if that's the correct word for that. Because I've seen it in the past, but it's still not something that I'm totally familiar with, because it's been years when I had to do anything like this the last time. Okay, so that's how we can get the fans. And these are for some other use, hopefully. But okay, cool. But how should the fans be? Because they will either or they will push, of course, the air, but how should it run? Of course, it's something that's quite easily modifiable in the future, but so it says G and B. So there's a B fan and G is a fan clip. It's just that the picture is really a small print to my liking. Does it? Well, it's doing its best. But let's see. Okay, no comments. I could have positioned the tree in a or the plant in a more kind fashion, but next stream. Well, and now we don't even have Sura here to help us with being the fan expert. But we will just put them in one position, and in worst case, hold on now, we will want to get air from the front of the power, usually towards the back. And the fans will probably blow towards the direction of the logo, I think. So we could position this like that. And where is the motherboards? Manual tells us where to CPU fan and CPU fan optional. Okay, so where are you? CPU fan is here and CPU fan optional is right next to that. CPU optional is B here, and the lower one is CPU fan. So we will try to get our manuals under control, and perhaps this will be just lengthy enough to fit there once installed. Like this. Or, oh no. Okay, I'll just rotate these a bit. So the hold on now. The lesson of this story is that if you have the power to do so, you can think beforehand. Beforehand, even. Try to make sure that that's not going to get stuck. Good. Okay, so that goes to CPU fan. And now we have additional and soon we will have additional contact with the motherboard, just like that. Okay, and then we would like to lock this in place. All right, because it doesn't even have to fit perfectly. Oh, it could even be in the middle of the if we wanted to arrange it in such a fashion. Okay, well, that's going to have to do. And then the other fan is going to look like that, and this is the CPU optional, like that. Right. Greatness is achieved. Not when there's nothing left to add, but when there's nothing left to take away. As they say in Civilization 4, thanks to some designer of the distant past, so probably 100 years ago. Can't remember names, but you can find the quote very easily using the search engine of your choice or preference. Okay, so now we have fans, not like not in a perfectly symmetrical fashion, but in a relatively good state in any case. So just enjoy this piece of metal, or the view of this piece of metal, if you will, and as you will. And now that we have the fans in place, the only thing we are lacking is the rest of the stuff. So we should have a place for, let's follow with the pieces of papers that we do have. So let's install the fans. It's done and we don't need the paper anymore. And then what have we here is power connectors, M2 sockets, SATAs, front panels, right, we can do those soonish. Perhaps it would have made sense to install the motherboard on the case to begin with, but I thought it would be too difficult a task. I was wrong. But that's how we learn. So the next computer that we are going to assemble together is going to be more swiftly and cleverly done than the one we are currently operating with. So we don't need these necessarily, but it would make sense to try to find a place for the hard disk that we do have somewhere around the corner. Let's see. No mentions of huge importance can be seen. Right, so here we have Samsung's SSD hard disk that should be very easily removable from its casing. And this is like, well, that has never happened before. But this is one of those interesting things of the current time that we are living in, that the things are so small. So, and this time it luckily wasn't at the floor level. But so there might be something there, but after carefully studying the manual, it's not this. After carefully studying the manual for a while, we do find that there are a few M2 slots, and that's probably the things. M2 supports PCI 5.0 and that's for the GPU. I reckon absolutely leading performance. Okay, well, thank you for that. And for storage devices. So there's probably something under those very clever casings. Okay, so the change of order is now in order because we are reaching a point where it might make sense to have a case. Well, let's see if we can make some room on the table for just this very special occasion. So these we don't need anymore. good. And off you go. It's also something we are very unlikely to need in the nearest future. Because we don't probably want to install this GPU of ours before we have the motherboard in place, because of all the connectors. So the manual of the case mentions that it would make sense to open the backs first, right? To install the power supply unit first, and then after that carry on with other tasks of different importance. And here we have a huge set of cables, not all of them needed, hopefully. And that's good. Then we have this power unit itself, some manuals. This time we are not going to dispose those too eagerly, because we have learned a thing or two from our previous mistakes. And this is the modular power supply unit that we have. And now, Hopsi Papeli, do you have the fans pre-installed into the case? No, I don't think I do. But I don't know, because I haven't looked too carefully. So just a while. Give me a moment. And do we still have room? Some. Yes, well, there's this single banana tree that's going to have to move now until we meet again. There you go. And perhaps we can also get rid of that for a while. Okay. So, oops, and off we go. Just like that. So do we have fans installed into the case is the question, and the answer is perhaps. Okay. The good news is that yes, indeed we do. So there are two fans in the front and one fan at the back. So hold on now. So it's just the opposite of what I expected. So it's no. It's just as I expected. Okay, good. So the fans will push the air towards the logo. No? Why would it be like this if it did? They will suck from the logo. Okay. At least this Fractal Designs fans, if I've understood the airflow correctly, the air should flow from the front and then get out from the back. But it might also be that I'm 20 years late with this knowledge. Things may have taken a turn while I've been gone from the game. So this door should be openable in a manner of sorts which I'm not aware of as of yet. Sorry for the off-screen activity. All right. So it may be that. So Hopsi Paaveli also asked about the power, or redefined the question to be about the power, and that we don't have pre-installed. But Hooray is in place in any case. But now just a quick, let's think this through. So we should swap the direction of the fans before we go forward. So just in case they work in a manner as I just learned. And off we go. So your place is there. Luckily we have these fans in a different setup. So since these are not pairs, it's very easy thing for me to readjust them. Relatively easy for me to readjust them. Right, so that's the first one there. And then the second one will follow suit in the next 15 to 20 seconds. So we will leave some room for the RAM sticks, and right, fixed. And then we will want to get the case opened so that we might go on installing the, or proceed with the installation of the power supply unit. Someone has really tightened these in the past. Okay, well that was just a screw, nothing to worry about. Very ordinary thing. These are meant to be thrown around. And then we have a glass door, handle with care. Okay, gotcha. On the floor it goes. And then we should be able to install the power supply unit in a fashion that I'm not quite certain as of yet. That's a filter. And this is I'm very surprised by the level of content that we are having right now. This is even better than I ever expected. Of course, the bad thing is that this takes quite some time. Let's see if there's something. Something that we should take care of. Luckily, no. So we will have to figure out how to install PSU. So we take, all right, because we can detach both of the walls. Well, that makes sense. So up you go. And then we will sadly off camera, do some. Oh wait, because you can always move that thing about. Because we are here for quality content, if anything. So the motherboard goes there. Nothing breaks. Right. There's the hard disk. And now we are here with the case. And let's see if we have enough space to play with this then. Okay, so we will ease these screws a bit, and but this is quite clever. For some reason I didn't think of the possibility of removing the back wall or the back side plate too, despite the fact that it's quite evident is perhaps a word that could be used here. Ta-da! That it might come in handy if we were able to do just that. But for some reason it felt too much and too unlikely a thing. So we have some cables in place for the cases, cabling. We have the PSU just about there, and then we will probably want to put some cables beforehand so that we are not forced to play with that later on. But for that we will have to think a while. So we will want to get let's see, we will want to have one cable for the, so power connectors are 1 to 9. That's good. There are these DIMM slots and expansions and power connectors. Good. So we will want to get ATX 12 volts 1 and 2 and ATX power. Okay, so 4 cables at least to begin with, and they are here somewhere. This we will not need. This we will need later on if we ever get there. And this is also one of the things we don't actually need for quite some time. And what else? Scissors we need. Okay. So we have all sorts of neat cabling. So we will want to get the following cables. One for the so 8 pins and 4 pins and then 24 pins. So this is 8 pins, that's probably good. So PSU and do they have other labels? CPU, okay, so that's good. Let's stick with that. Then we have one with 8 and 8, A and a CPU. We shouldn't need that unless we need that for the GPU sooner, or rather soon. One which has 4, it's not that. No. Ooh! What is that? Oh no, it's not that. Aha! It might make sense that it's one of these mega cables that has, no, 10 ATX and A and PSU. Ah, yes. So this is our ATX cable. This we will need. Then we will need 8 and 4. 8 we have here. That's not 4. That's 6. And that's not the kind of cable that I'm thinking of needing. But there is also a chance that I'm just not aware of the various sorts of adapters that might be needed. Let's see, because that we can hit, that we can fit quite easily. Where is it? It's not that, nor that. All right, yes. So the ATX cable is easy, and then we have 4 and 2 on the side. And now the question is, do we have anything that fits? Not those, no. Not that. No. That's 6, so that's not quite, unless it's 6 and 6. This PCIe, and that has 8 pins, so that's very good contender for the CPU. Let's see. And it fits like that, okay? So that's some cabling that we are going to use, and that's a spare for that. But here we have 2 pins, 6 pins, and we have a reason to verify our know-how about the way PSUs of these days work. Hopsi Paaveli, I needed to go play hockey. Godspeed, and shall all the rest parts be dropped at least once. Thank you very much, Hopsi Paaveli, and have fun, and tell hi to all the people I might be familiar with, and of course score many goals, because that's what people do when they play hockey. We will get back to the business when you get back to the business. Okay, so now we are in a stage where we will verify from the manuals that we are able to carry on, because we will want to ensure to connect the 8-pin power block, or connect both the 8-pin and 4-pin power blocks. Aha! These power connectors connectors allow you to connect your motherboard to a power supply. The power supply plugs are designed to fit in only one orientation. Find the proper orientation and push down firmly until the power supply plugs are fully inserted. So does this mean that the ATX 12-volt Q is something that we don't actually need then? Perhaps? That sounds like a possibility now. But then the question is, what should we make of that? Alright. ATX power connector says that you can only have one of these. And now it remains as an exercise for the viewer over there somewhere to figure out the different moments when you might want to connect that for port or for pin ATX2 connector. Okay, so first of all, more light, and second of all, well, that may have sounded better than it actually was, but in any case, some more light was ordered. So we will want to get that to PSU. So this states motherboard, so let's utilize that. And then CPU slash PCIe correction. Because I've understood that we will also need from this more boxes on the table. I don't know if you can make it visible anywhere, but I've understood that the GPU also needs thank you. Needs a power cable of its own, so perhaps it would make sense to verify the type of that before we call it quits with the cables. Right? Oops. So some damage was caused to the box, but nothing too severe as of yet. And then what do we have here? Is a failure to operate. Okay. So we have a converter, just in case required, I presume. We have a supported thing, perhaps required. And then we also have this huge GPU, and from that we are going to verify. That's the other end. And this place for fans. This alone might not have been the greatest source of information. So the cable in question has 12, makes sense, so it looks like this. And now with that knowledge, we are free to carry on with our important task. And what do we have here then? Thank you for purchasing. And a really nice card for something. Graphics card holder and the installation guides for that. And then we will want to have the PCIe cable. And there you are. So either we will want to have a cable of this sort from the PSU. And it just so happens that we have one of these. Good. What are these then? And one of the questions that we may still have is whether we will want to. So we have 600. Perhaps this is the one that we will want to utilize instead. So this is the greatness of doing things without preparing too much beforehand. So we are now interested in learning whether we can utilize that 600 watt cable from the PSU to the GPU, and then if that's the case, then we can save ourselves some cabling. Magyars, France, Svenska. Well, there are quite a few languages that I could give a shot with, but it starts with English, so that's cool. So we will want to connect the main power connector to the motherboard, then we will want to connect the CPU cable, 4-pin peripheral devices cable or connector if needed. 6+2 PCIe plus 12V power connector to the PCIe graphics card and SATA power connector. Okay, well, that then wasn't too useful necessarily. Okay, so onwards we go. We have this for the motherboard, and then we could try to utilize this. $600 see now. Dun-dun. So which is the PSU? There. Just like this. And now we may just have all the cables that we need. Perhaps. And then the power is fit as seen fit. And we will need a few screws of which we can find from this neatly packed bag, I presume. So for some reason I thought that this might take a few hours perhaps, but I'm starting to feel that this might have been a bit over ambitious, a timeline for someone who hasn't been doing this kind of things for a while, and also for someone who hasn't been too experienced with these types of things to begin with. But we are still managing, just making some more room. Just like this. And do we have some other sources of mason or screws or anything? Doesn't look like that. Okay. And as they say, if the screw fits. So these look like ones that could be utilized for the PSU. So let's start with that. Dum, 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 dum. Dum, 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 dum. Okay, so the first one's in. You may be forced to just trust me on this, but we are making progress. Through the dark times. Okay. And 3 and 4 and there we go. Okay. So we may be in a position where we have this power supply unit. We are still missing the back plate, but that's integrated. Good. So no worries there. And then we should be able to, after preparing the motherboard, we should be able to assemble it. Important. Match the motherboard's porting things with the things on the case. So let's put these back here for now and see if we can make this a reality. Dum, 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 dum. And no cable left behind. And here we are. Not quite stable, but more stable than we were some time ago. And we will probably want to get the cables from there in the not so distant future. From here and there. Or perhaps we could have done that beforehand too. Okay, so a step back. Dun, 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 dun. We also have few cables here. On the other hand, once we have the motherboard in place, it's probably that much more easy to see where everything is going, and then we can try to switch back and forth. So a change of plans is in order. So now the question is, how should we try to fit this in? Because we have screw here and there, that's good. One there, that's also good. Or not the screw, but the counterpart for that. And there's also, yes. And well, that was easy. Just like it was meant to be. Let's remove this now. Consider it not needed anymore. And then there's this other piece of plastic that we almost detached earlier but left in place for no benefit of ours. And now off it goes with no chance to return if things go awry. So that corner, oops, no damage as of yet. That looks to be about on the right spot. Okay, so the back plate fits, and that gives us some hope that that might actually be the case. And since we have 8 screws, they could be teased, and I'll just verify with a little mounting screw. Where's the other end? So the mounting screws could be these. I could have verified that beforehand, but okay. So these are those. And then we have this bit smaller screwdriver. And let's see if this works. But the fun thing is that this feels like childhood in a sense. Perhaps with the twist that I'm bit more care free when it comes to this handling of equipment, despite the fact that there is a real threat of causing some damage to the quite sophisticated pieces that the computer consists of, as they say. Okay, so 2 screws are in place and everything seems to be in place still. And else, okay. So the good news is that it seems that we might be able to pull this one off. Does the magnet work? To a point. Indeed, to a point. Can we still remove the handle from there, perhaps? The screws are a little bit too tricky for this screwdriver that we have. Could be just me. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. So let's try this again. Well, that almost worked, but actually didn't. Okay. Let's try again soonish. But this is a good time, as good a time as ever, to take a short break. So let's produce just a moment. So on a short break, back in 15 minutes or so. I do hope that you stick by or find something more, even more meaningful to do if you can't. But the mission is still to get the computer to post before we call it quits and carry on with software installations and stuff before we can actually get to the back to playing for reals. All right, but I will be back in a while. So stay tuned if you may. Ta-da! It hardly took us 15 minutes to get back in the business. And let's see. Now we have fed a cat who enjoys that quite a bit. And we also have fed ourselves, and perhaps some small portion of the audience that couldn't be helped. But we are back with more action-paced computer combining moves. So let's see. The position of the chat could be somewhere like here, for example. It's very important. And now we were about to secure the motherboard, and we faced some trouble with one of the screws, and now it is time to try to continue. Oopsie. With the few that we still have left. Now the table could be just a bit. No. Just a bit lower, but there's no helping that. I could also be that much taller, but that ain't easy to arrange either. So we are for now forced to make do with what we got. And hopefully this can act as a lesson to any of you wannabe computer assembling kids out there, that it is first and foremost very doable. You just need helping hand from your friends or from some strangers on the internet, like I might be to you for now. And on the other hand, if you are somewhat more busy than I currently am, with only a handful of tasks that are seeking my attention or fighting for my attention, then it's also quite alright to buy the assembling as a service. I wouldn't hold it against you. I think it costs like 50 euros here where I'm residing, so still expensive when comparing to some parts like the fan, which was cheaper than that, but not as expensive as some other things, such as a life of a man or of any gender, as you can tell by checking the price list of this club of assassins that I'm part of. As a reference to our earlier discussion. This is the tricky screw, but we just have to hope that there's a way. And eventually we might want to invest more light, but that would require moving a pile of books, and I'm not willing to go that far as of yet. Okay, and steady, yes. And I remember that there has been quite a few occasions where I have neglected a screw or two due to the accessibility of them. But that of course was me in the past, and these days I'm all about doing the things correctly. If at all, which more often than not means that not at all is the outcome after trying for months or years beforehand. But since we have all the other screws in place, there might be a universe where this could also be. Pum, 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 pum. Made work. Now magnets are, and magnetism is working against me. So we would like to get that screw somewhere like there, perhaps. Na, 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 na. Oh, but this is not meant to be screwed. Oh, so this is just a anchor thing. No wonder it didn't work. And I'm glad that I do have this light at my disposal. So lesson learned, it's hard to reach, and it's hard to reach for a reason. So do we have any other? So that's the 8th one. Right. So that's how I spend my time. And I'm very interested in hearing how you spend yours. Remember to share and enjoy. I could have still used light, perhaps, but perhaps we can try this old-fashioned way one more time, for good time's sake. The story I'm telling myself is that since I'm only going to do this once every decade, perhaps, I can very easily waste some time doing things in a suboptimal way, perhaps. Well, that was a mistake. And now these only cables that I have attached so far are blocking my view. Okay. We also have a cat that would like to adventure some. Let's see, okay. So some light. Like this. And tools. No, I don't want to do it like that. Now there's this comic Calvin and Hobbes that everyone must be familiar with. And so it's probably Calvin, the boy, who has the father, and Hobbes is the tiger, and Calvin's father has this habit of mentioning how things and circumstances are very suitable for building up character. And since I'm living the easy life, no wars or nothing, I think this is a good way to make things a bit tougher for myself than required, thus teaching me the value of persistence, for example. Okay, and we have this. Still have few means at our disposal for increasing the lighting, and we have a really impatient cat seeking outdoors that we can't yet grant him, but the day will come right after this intermission. Okay, so where were we? So the motherboard is in place. We had some guides here and there. And which one is the one that's most suitable for our needs? Let's see. Builder's Guide says that we should install the motherboard assembly, yes. Connect cables to the front I/O. So that's probably what we should then do. Right? So let's hope it sticks. Despite this. Ta-da! So this is where we are at. Slowly getting to a point of where things make sense. Right? So we should try to find the right cables for our needs. This has no mention about this audio. This one's hard disk, and then we have other cables, and we also had some cables, so the PSU is here, and here we have what? I don't know. So let's check with light. So here we have somethings. Would make sense that these are for the fans. Or one of the fans, and is this for lighting? Perhaps. Dun, dun. For some reason I thought that this would be finished during the daylight, or with the help of daylight, but I can now tell that I've been fool to presume that would be the case. So note for future selves: reserve enough time for whatever you are trying to do. So now the cables that we are looking for is one for the USB, two for USB, HD audio, perhaps one to control the lighting, and then there should also be one for the power button that we don't need anymore, and is the motherboard menu here. So I'm trying to be clever and only route the cabling that we need and leave other things be. So we have fans here and there. What we can get here from doing this. Good. Okay. So the main task is to get all these cables that we have so far connected, to route them to an end point. So if we start with this, not with that because that's for the GPU, but we have this ATX cable that should be quite easy, and it goes there. So here it comes, and there it goes, like that. Yeah. Or I'm trying to find a way to minimize its existence. So perhaps it could be like that. Simple as anything, okay? And then what else do we have? That looks neat, already well done. Excellent work. Then we should have this. Hold on now. So that's one of the cables for the GPU. And then there we have that, but we also were expecting to have did I just forget to plug that one in? Because we are supposed to have this 8 right. So I indeed did forget to plug in the 8 pins for the other, so the ATX 12, because we have ATX power, but ATX 12 is the one we are lacking due to some. So this one's for the CPU. So some very basic misunderstanding there on my part. So this goes to the CPU, just like that. And off we go. And then we get to try to minimize the harm. And we can try to route that there soon or before it's too late. So I got mixed up with the fact that there's 3 connectors already on the CPU/PCIe. Okay, so that's what we will utilize then. So 3 slots or 3 cables we installed already, and the problem with that was that, right, there it is, that only 2 cables are inserted on the motherboard due to the fact that one of the cables combines with another. So I made a very easy miscalculation there, presuming that I had it all connected when it actually wasn't the case. Now I'm just verifying whether there was any difference between the cables that we chose. Okay, so this is one of the papers that we lost, but it's now secured. Okay, so slowly things are advancing to our liking. So we should have power, we have CPU fans in place, we are lacking the chassis, not the case, but chassis fans D and E and F and G. So down there we have a few slots for those. And now all of these fans D, E, F, G. Perhaps you'll try to utilize those on the bottom. Let's see what sort of cables do we have here. Perhaps these could stay intact for now. And this we might open like this. And these are the front cover or top cover plate, buttons or whatever connectors you have. These two are for the fans, presumably. That one and that one. And then we get to choose how we arrange those. And this one's for the SATA, but what's the reason for that or for its existence? I may soon learn. Alright, but some of these should be quite easy. So then there's only one way to position this, and it must be here. Right. And now we could try to get it as much out as possible. Yeah, there's still chance. Then there's power, and where might that be? It's not here or there, no. And let's use that a bit. And where is it? USB-C. And oops. So 9 pins. It looks like it might be there. So moving slowly. So these are USB 2. Don't know why, so perhaps there is, because that says USB 3 point, and this is HD audio. Ah, so it could be down there. CPU front audio, yes. Ah, I was worried for a while, but in vain, or for no good reason.
So there it goes, just like that. There it might go, just like that, yes. And now we are one step ahead of the game. We are still lacking the power switch, but it's probably that there. CLRTC, RTC. Front panel audio S/B DIF and system power LED, thermal sensor header, so that's installed. CPU must be somewhere, so where is it? USB M2 power connectors, fans. Well, let's see the installation manual. And this also tells how to install the M2. And let's verify the specifications that we have in place. So this is PCIe 4.0. So that should be what we do with this then. Front I/O USB 3.2. Are the cables here then? Because it looks like this. So those are that. Oh, those are those. And we are only waiting for the fans and the possible LEDs. Then that's power and that's something else. Alright, but I'm still power switch. There must be something for that, but from this manual I can't find that too easily. Well, this is as CPU optional. This is as good a time as any to sit down and have a drink of coffee and check whether we have any good tidbits on the chat. No. Power switch. Power switch. Thunderbolt thermal sensor. No. So power LED we have there. System panel header. Power button, soft off button header. Power switch is dun, 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 as stated here, is on the bottom, of course, and it has power LED power button, and the 3-1 pin header allows you to connect the system power button. Press the power button to power off the system. Well, that's good, but all right, so it's right before that ground. So let's try to locate. So those are power LEDs, right? And then the only pin missing from that row, there we have 2 rows. Okay, so our power switch looks like that. So 2 pins from the left. All right, got it. And off you go. And now the question is, we could also try to get these things from the bottom of the case. So let's try that routing again. Or routing. There you go. And power switch. And perhaps we could force you to be that way up. Like that. Okay. And then we shall do the similar thing to this cable too. There you go, and in you go, and that's the pin missing. Is it too much to ask to try to force it that way? No. Okay. Well, that's cool. So what else do we have? We are lacking the fans. We don't necessarily need this here. And I don't think we will be using the LEDs for much. So, fans, M2 fans. So D is a fan, and it's located there, all right. But then the other fans, F and G, is on the bottom. So perhaps we could try to. Can we make this work? Do we need some sort of extensions for that? And do we have any extensions in place? This looks like one. Do we have 2? No. All right. So we will then just take this one. Okay, let's try again. Just in case, because it looks so much neater if it runs from the back. Now that we have grown accustomed to that possibility.
Okay, so perhaps we could. That's not the correct extension for this. There we don't have any additional cabling, no. This one we are not going to need in the nearest future, so there you go. This one we might just need. Oops. And let's see if we have any parts that we could try to utilize. We have skipped so far. And the answer is no, we do not. So we have a single extension cable for that. Cables for hard disks, I presume. Might be wrong. Then we have some assisting tools to help us with the cabling, if need be. Wi-Fi antenna, more toolings. All right, so we are just forced to run the straightest path, unless of course there is channel fan D, E. Okay, so there's not. And when that's the case, that's when we will take that as a future challenge to improve or try to improve with. This is very promising. Because we will want to install the GPU first. So let's leave that for a while. And what about these then? So one of our chassis fans is short, not much, but like 3 centimeters short of being perfect. And what about these? Then, so you two, can you make it to the places where you are supposed to go? So the shorter one might come from there to just barely fit. Well, this is pushing to the limits, if anything. Correct? No? So let's recheck that. So, fans. E. Chassis fan. Oh no? Is that the wrong connector? It is, because this is for the fan and those are for the lights or whatnots. Okay, so let's try again. So this one and, but just, oh, it's still short. Okay. For a while I got excited, but that was in vain. Everything's in vain. So here and there. So this is the slightly, no?
Well, if it's not this, then fan power, fan in, fan power, ground. Right. Okay. So it's exactly the cable that we thought in the start, but we are going to have to position differently from what I thought. Do, do, do. Do, 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 do. So we try to run them from there. Okay, so this is the shorter one, and we can leave the topmost pin B on nose. But who knew that all these cables would be a centimeter short? Like it was an evil plan of sorts. Okay, so it just fits, nobody move a muscle. And then this we are not going to need here, hopefully, because I don't think we are going to utilize LEDs too much. And then this is long enough, perhaps, to reach even from there, or not. Well, might be that I'm right, but only barely. And it should go, well, so it doesn't reach from here. Okay, so what about this possibly shorter path? Yeah, well, I don't know who designed these things, but they must have had a dream. Oh wait, it's supposed to be there. Oh yeah, so we can fit it from the bottom. Okay, so this is very similar to playing Age of Empires, in a sense that you do something and you think you're quite clever, and then someone pops up and tells you that actually the unit behaves like that, or is quite weak. Take the case Eagles versus Knights, for example, from a few weeks back, from the stream history, that I'm trying to amass this group of Eagles for the final battle against the Cavalier of my opponent by then, probably. And after the game, I realized, thanks to the commentators, that it's actually a counter unit, the Knights, or the Knight line, against this really neat Eagle warrior line that I was massing, so I was playing to my opponent's hands. Well, you live, you learn.
Now there's of course a chance that we could try to move the, yes, we could try to move the fan just a little bit up to get the extra length that we so seek, and perhaps that's how we will be able to keep the case that much cleaner, perhaps. So let's see. Because if it is, oh no, there's some extra extra securings preventing us from doing the right thing. Okay, so let's see how it looks like. No, I think it should be easily doable. But is it just me or? So if we move this just a bit, well, let's move it to the max. Just see how it goes. So the airflow may not be the greatest from this point of view, but can we nudge the cables just ever so lightly, or is there some sort of hard stop from stopping us doing that? Perhaps there is, just to prevent people from doing the opposite, so dropping the, well, yes, so just a little bit more power, but and force, but not too much, just a tiny bit. Na 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 na, da 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 da, da 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 da. Because we don't need too much. Let's verify that. Just well, I feel like it's moving a bit, but let's. Oh, that's not the correct one. What? What? So it may be moving all right, but it's still not moving enough. Oh no. Well, so it was a nice try. Which one is this now? That. That. Mm-hmm. Changing this earlier could have been easier, but here we are. No. This really odd design, if I may comment on the topic, because this fan is from the maker of the, because this is an inbuilt fan. So how did they plan to make it work to begin with. Like if it can't reach the front of the case, what's the point of this? It's really odd. It says I. And I know quite a few things about odd things. But let's see if there's... Now, of course, these fans can be moved, so I could decide to have this fan on top of the case or the chassis, for example, so perhaps that's the reasoning. But then this, the way the cable is fixed here doesn't support that. But perhaps it's only because I installed the or perhaps it's because the motherboard is blocking those. Right. So it was my mistake from the get-go. So the cables have been locked to this really tight position when No, it wasn't my mistake. Okay, good. So that one is part of the chassis. Yes, okay, so they are secured like that to prevent the cables running from the connectors of the back plate of the motherboard. So that's why they are so tightly snug there, and it's not something that I did for this once. But you really have to have quite it's still not going to work. And this is the topmost position it can be. Well, this is one way to spend an evening in a good company, of course, but still. So we don't need this. Let's see if we still have a few millimeters that we could try to get. So that's the cable for our benefit. Well, it's quite close, but because of the positioning of the hole in the chassis or the case, we may not be able to twist that. Well, of course, there's always hope. Hopsi Paapeli, sit-rap. Indeed. How was the game? Sit-rap. Hold on. Oh, but yeah, but that's because my clock is not in time. I was wondering how that happened so quickly, but it didn't. Basically.
So welcome back, and we are trying to make this thing work for our advantage. So perhaps this goes to show that this was one of the cheapest models available, and this might be one of the reasons or one of the ways they have been able to make it happen. Saving a few extra euros here and there, and one of them is in these cables. Unnecessary to them. Centimeters that would have made this a breeze had they not decided that a standard 30 centimeters or whatnot cable will do. So it's if only I was able to twist that ever so lightly, like this. I think this is way sweatier than playing ice hockey would have been for me. And there's a cat that's looking for some inspirational stuff, so to the balcony it goes. Enjoy. Hola. Later on we will have a cat cam when I'm done with everything else that I have planned for my evening. All right. So, Hopsi Paapeli, games were good. Our arch enemy's HPV was better this time. Glad to hear that. So there's a reason for me to plan for a comeback then to this real world after everything that's doable on this virtual one has been done. Now, if I had not installed the PSU, there would be an easier way to twist the cable to its intended position, but now that I did do that, this is quite difficult. So perhaps we could try to reach it from the side, not let it drop too much. Nope. And well, I never thought that this could be one of the culprits. At least not after dropping the CPU. But here we are, fighting with a fan cable. And if we turn it like this, and get this back here for a while. But now, Hopsi Paapeli, if you happen to have any heroic stories to share with us, this might be the time. But I also understand if you need to go elsewhere now that you have returned to witness the current state of gaming as it's told. Okay, well, perhaps we are forced to ease that cable tightening thingy ever so slightly. Oops. If only there is a way. There is no way. We can't move this up. We can always route this in a manual but boring fashion, and we can also try to force this from an unexpected direction, like this, and hope that the right things give in and that the cabling is good enough otherwise. Did we get all the pins? I have a really thoughtful or opinionated feeling about this. Well, we could have also have removed this plate from here. Okay, so it's the chassis fan number X is there, but with what price? Let me get this away now. Like this, okay. So that's extra millimeter perhaps for our future use. And now the question is this in place or does it look like this? Well, it's as well, well, all the pins are there, so perhaps it just works. All right, so let's call it a day and carry on. So all those are now connected, and it leaves us with what? Hopsi poppily, I was really good tonight, amazing some might say. Got into a couple of great scoring places, but I decided to leave the actual scoring in the real games. Yes. That's very clever, especially since there has been occasions for some people to score beforehand in training sessions and then have lapses during the actual games. And learning from those experiences of others is a very valuable thing. Like when thinking about the long season ahead and the long careers ahead as well. Now feed the cat just a bit. Cat feeding parade. Let's see how that goes. Varsågod. So we are trying a different set of meals for him. So this is a bit like the
computer assembling thing, practicing and trying to improve little by little. But in any case, Hops, it's great to hear that you had a blast. HPV goalie played really well tonight also, but most of it was us making him feel good about himself, that good of a person, that good of a people we are. Yes. Like, really small details can make people's days. For example, this goalie's night, so not people's, not day, but a person and a day, but the point remains the same. This little kindness goes far. So I'm glad to hear that. You have done well. And back to the manual. And thanks for sharing the stories too. We have power connectors. We have connected most, if not all, of those cables very good. And expansion slots are a bit still, we are a bit lost with those, but let's take a look. What other cabling do we have? There's this power cable to the PSU. We have the fans and LEDs, and that's it. Huh. Well, so it seems. Okay. So I don't know what to make of the of this cable here, but perhaps it's to control the LEDs or something, so I'm not going to bother myself too much with that then. But we have this, let's now jump to a different topic. So we have an additional support for the graphics card, but where does that fit? No. And whether we need it on this motherboard as well, I don't know. But since all the cables are more or less in place, perhaps we could try to route these a bit. So you go here like this, for example. Why not? And you are not needed anywhere. I was wrong, you are needed, but you are not. So perhaps we could try to route you into like this. And then we have these cables here. This is the one we could still want to play around a bit, but let's now just get it there and move these in together like that. And do they fit? That's all right. That's well, all right, but a bit extra. No, we almost lost it. And there we go. Yeah, might work. And then we have this little cable
And where is the LED cable? Here. So we could try to lock you in right about here, like this, and then let's take some extra twists and turns. Okay, not like that. And sorry for mumbling to myself while hiding this very clever work that I'm trying to achieve here, but eventually there shall be photographs of everything that has been made during the session, so you can watch those and learn a thing or two perhaps. So that we can try to secure there. Okay, we don't need this anymore, and that's the only cable still running loose or loosish. Why is that? Okay. Right, so different stories whether these can be fit. Oh, we can use that. Once the plate, oh no, the side cover is closed, but that remains to be seen. Right? And well, I'm glad that I started this streaming thing, because otherwise I think that I would be blaming myself for wasting this valuable night and not even producing content, even though I'm a professional content producer. So this would be like a day off with no reward, but instead I got to spend some quality time with the people I care online, even though we are not actually playing Age of Empires too much right now, but it's going to happen. You just wait. All right. So that's more or less done. The back side, but I shall not cover that yet, because there's greater than zero chance that there is actually something that should be done to it before we are actually calling quits. So we have power for the GPU if needed, and Hopsi Poppeli, and surely I and everybody around missed you being there too. Thank you. Thank you. That was really kindly put and well said. And I also miss people on ice and outside, despite sometimes prioritizing things in a foolish manner. So we would like to learn how to fit this once dropped hard disk to this motherboard, and based on the manual that we have here, slot release, we have all sorts of things here. Okay, so based on this manual that we have, we should install optional rubber pad. This is a single-sided thing, so perhaps we could do that.
So it's remove screws from the end. Okay, so there are 3 different heat sinks and they are all for the 3. Okay, and then the difference between those was that one of them is faster, presumably. Nope. So that's where we could plug in those RBG thingies. Okay. That's of course very important. So we have 3 M2 M.2 slots. So there's one for PCI 5.0 and then there is 2 that support PCI 4.0 x4 and 2.3 is the one that shares bandwidth. So we will want to use the 2.2 also due to the fact that it's easily approachable or easily reached with our current setup, because we need a different screwdriver for that. Like this, because it just so happens that our processor's fan is overlapping a bit with that. Let's see. So that's the other end. Well done by us. And now since we only have PCI 4.0 capable hard disk, it probably makes sense to try to utilize that little that we got, and like this. Well, who thought that this could be so easy? Okay, so in the future, when we have something that runs as fast as PCI 5.0, we might upgrade to that. So that's good. If our micro is not good enough without, then with that it should be. So what's the twist that we are expected to do? Press and rotate a bit. Not like that. Like that. Okay. Well, that's cool. And should it turn even more, or is it just 90 degrees? Perhaps it is. Indeed. Here's as pictured. I presume I'm quite sure if I have the means to verify that. Well, yeah. Just trust that it's exactly how it went. Now, is there something I'm missing? Absolutely not. And on board. So now we have a hard disk. We soon shall have the heatsink back in place too. It should be positioned in such a manner, perhaps, if the shoe fits. And then behind the other plates there would be, alright, we need a, do we? It seems to work. Okay, so if I'm careful enough I can do it with this screwdriver, even though it's not the greatest one for the task. Okay, so if you ever have this old-fashioned hard disk of any type or some other expansion card perhaps, that might be the cover to detach then. Okay, so here we are. The hard disk heatsink is in place. And then Hopsi Paapeli asks a very relevant question. Did you just put GPU in? No, that was the hard disk. So our GPU hopefully fits, and it's here. Still haven't dropped this one yet, so that's the next task on our list. Because you only know and feel like living, you only know what life is real about, and you only feel like living once the GPU is in the air. So I've heard. So we will want to remove at least one of the X1 card. So how many plates do we need to remove? This is 1, 2. So 1, 2. And they are supposed to be the, let's think. So that's how it goes in, and our connector is the topmost thing. So the topmost thing and the one beneath it should be the ones that we will easily remove using nothing but our fingers and some easily available tools. And now this is the point where it's very easy to lose any GPUs and warrants when handling things with both hands, thus being incapable of trying to secure any GPUs in the air, should they fall for any happy reason. So that goes there, and this is the first time I have a GPU that's this huge. So Hopsi Paapeli, I was making whipped cream and didn't hear everything. And okie dokie. Okay, well, it's very soothing, I'd say, since assembling a PC at this hour in the end of the week, well, that's how things are where I'm living, is not too odd, but it's not necessarily the most common thing. And whipping cream after playing some ice hockey is also a thing of beauty, because if I would have been forced to guess
what you are up to, it would have taken at least, let's say, 50 guesses to get it right. So, what for, if I may ask? Whipped cream, stickers and similars. So let's see. We must verify whether we will need the additional support using the PCIe slot Q release. Before installing, pressing the PCIe slot Q release button before installing an expansion card to the slot will ensure that the PCIe, so yes, for you who cannot see from the card perspective of mine, there's this button in the motherboard, or at least that's how it's sold. Just like that. Well, I'm a bit disappointed. Okay, so now it's pressed, and then to release, no. Huh, okay. Well, based on this, it couldn't be easier. Huh. So the last drop of water before we move to the most serious task of the night. Not counting whipping cream. So here we have. Alright, but we were also supposed to check whether there's remove protection film before use. Okay, well, I'll have to remember to do just that. But now that it still has the protection film, it's probably a good point in time to verify that it could, in theory at least, fit. So we will want to get that somewhere over there, if possible, and then the card would slide in like this, and there's very easily available. We need to get rid of something, not from this side, no, and not from there either. Okay, so looks quite easy, and everything fits so far. So the support thing is the one that we might want to verify before we go, but then that should be that. Because we have, as you may remember, we have this really nice thing that's supposed to go someplace, somewhere, somehow. And if installed, it does do some sort of magic. Oh, it has a magnet. Right. So that means, what does this then do? Da, da, da. All right. So I just figured this thing out. So there's a rubber end, and then we have this adjustable little leg that we can stump on bottom of the chassis and thus get this really neat support for the GPU. So that was the story behind that. And the presumption that I have is that we are going to use that too. At least it would make some sense. Because we have nothing of that kind in place otherwise. So remove the plastic thingies. Oh no. The plastic thingies, just like that. Unwrapping is what I do when trying to make sense out of the reality. And whatever it was that Hopsy Bubbly was making the whipped cream for, it seems that he's gone for good, enjoying the end result. Perhaps if one was to check his stream, there might be an explanation for the mystery. So that's where I'm heading once I'm done with everything I've planned for the day. So there's some plastic. How am I supposed to get rid of this? Ta-da! Right. And then, of course, the thing is that we are supposed to position the so one extra step before we go. So but we can position the leg once we are done, right? Because it's and there's even a screwdriver inside. Clever, perhaps. Okay. No, we can only guess the usability of that, but okay. So the card goes in just like this. Not hitting too many other things on its way. So there we are. And only slightly in the wrong place. Okay, so let's try again. In the nearest future, just remove this strip of plastic as well and get some additional lighting just for the sake of it. Thank you very much. And there. So now these we could also try to
remove if possible. And there we go. Done. And also that. Just to perhaps avoid any unwanted. Hold on, so this can stay there for a while. Unwanted smells and burnings and what have yous. Let's wait there for a second. And let's move the light since we have a chance to do so. Now this is me acting. What? Acting my brightest, I was trying to say, but there's this cover, so it might make sense to also remove this piece of plastic. Okay, so let's try this thing again, and perhaps this time with even more luck. So there's some gold there, and based on everything we know so far, it can't be too far away because the back is nearby and it's slid, but did it slide well enough? Well, there's to hope, at least. So, we are in a stage where we are finding the screws that I just got rid of a while ago. And then securing the GPU using those aforementioned screws like this. Well, nice try, but these are actually not made to be screwed. So let's start like this. Okay, so we have removed some of the plastics and what's keeping this from fitting. So one of the reasons why I'm excited about the fact that all this is streamed online is that whenever there's a problem with the computer in the future, there's a chance to go back in time and check that perhaps it was due to the fact that the CPU hit the floor at the 8-minute mark, for example. Oh, yeah. So we have two types of screws, and one of them is for them plates on the side, and the others are for securing these GPUs, for example, or other extension cards. So we learned that the hard way, while still learning it in a rather easy way. And also, if there's ever anyone who's, for example, capable of, oh no, of building computer, or do we have any additional types of these? Just getting them. Okay, let's. Since we will want to make this certain, we will remove one of these screws from the additional places and like that. Okay, so we have at least two types of screws, and one of them is somewhat taller than the other one, and the shorter ones are indeed the ones that we would want to use for this GPU. And for some reason that was very easy to get in place, and this might take some additional positioning to do. Dun, 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 dun. But as I was saying, if there are any people out there who are capable of assembling their own PCs just like that, then hopefully this video gives them a new or elevated appreciation towards their own skills and capabilities. Because if someone who's as talented and experienced as I am can spend 6 hours or so doing some rather elementary thing, from some people's point of view, as this, then that goes to show that whoever is capable of doing a similar thing must be at least as capable human being as I am. It's not far from the correct position, but just few millimeters here and there. So we could have used different set of screws, or there's of course also a chance that we are not positioning this just right. But it's for, it feels quite good, so perhaps it is. Okay, well, now we got a few rounds in. So perhaps we can make that work. Ever so carefully. Just force it to place. Oh. And then the only thing we need is to get rid of this plastic. That's a good mission for any human being on this planet, to fight against plastic, despite the fact that I for one have been
increasing the amount of plastic and the need for that due to the purchase of this PC and all the equipment associated with that. Okay, so when it fits, it's quite easy, or at least possible. And in we go. So now we are reaching the point where the only thing that I'm aware of that we are still lacking is the additional power cable, attaching that to the GPU, and then rechecking the possible connections that we have around the place, and then probably trying to boot the machine without putting the, so this is the point in time where we are at, but we need to, so just a second, I'll insert this really important leg to this really important leg. Was there so was it part of the GPU? Presumably so. Did we have any mentions on that regarding the positioning of that? Start guide. Okay. And there's some pages for my own notes and commentaries, why not? So, Hopsi Paapeli, how fun has the assembling been? I would say it has been surprisingly fun. Luckily I had a free evening, so to say, despite the chance to play some ice hockey, but nothing stressful, for example, that might have forced my hand. So being in this sort of phase, as I currently am, for the day at least, was enabler was enabling this hobby thing to be a fun occasion as well. And of course having people around to help me with that is also a rather excellent thing, because if I had started this task yesterday evening or towards the night, as I first thought I might want to do, I would have probably been here all by myself, and if not frustrated, but at least not as entertained as I currently am. So yeah, this has been fun, and next time I'll know a few things even better than I currently do. Oh, now we are having a bit frustrated cat, for I have not played with him too much. So don't ask somebody the same question. It has been rather not fun. So we have some additional boxes, that's cool, but who needs boxes when you want to have fun? So, well, assassins probably do, just to get rid of some of the people, you know, by burying them in boxes while they're still alive. So we want to make sure that the computer is completely unplugged from the power source. We did do that. Yes,
insert until you hear a click. We did do that too. Connect the PCIe. Make sure to connect the display device to the graphics card. That's also very good advice. So there's no piece of information regarding this leggy thingy, but since we have a small, let's see, like I would presume that it would make sense if this even fits. It's quite well secured, of course, but would it hurt to have it someplace on the chassis? Not necessarily, no, I would say. Just to make some extra sort of support for this thingy. But now, how might we want to go with that? Do, 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 do. And we lost it. And this is the lowest it goes. Then again, it probably does. No, it doesn't help over there. But if we position it there like this, and then move it here, like this. Okay, so we have solved the riddle yet again. I think that if only cats knew how to assemble computers, we would have had really nice time together with the aforementioned cat. Perhaps next time. And if you watch the stream, then you can very easily learn the do's and do nots. And then the next computer we can try to assemble together. Is this plastic? Is this real? Yes. At least it feels like that. So off it goes. So commentary. So Hopsi Paapeli, good to hear that the assembling has been fun and relaxing activity. Good to hear. I find the thing also fun but somewhat stressful because of some worry that everything goes into place as they should. Is that magnet thing part a support for GPU and because of the length of the GPU? Yes, at least so I've understood. So the end result might look like this. Okay, well, okay, yeah, I can try to present that now when we have everything in place, save for the power cable. So no, we still have this tree to take care of, but just a moment and I'll show you.
And corral, says the kid. Well, kitten I was about to say, but it's more like a cat these days. So the show of carries on after this really short interruption. Dum, 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 dum. For I'm trying to fool the cat ever so slightly to give us a few extra minutes before we go outside and hunt for food. There you go. Okay, so the idea is as shown in the picture. So we have this really nice pillar to support the GPU. That's the idea. Don't know if that's how it's supposed to be, but that's how we are going to start today, and then we will change that eventually based on the feedback that we get. And then we have this cable to power. Is this long enough now? Okay, and we will probably want to run it from here because heat obviously moves up, and thus we should get cold air from the bottom of the chassis, perhaps. So get it from there, and in you go. And does it click? Let's hope that is the case. And no, it's not blocking the GPU fans necessarily. Remains to be seen, but still. Then we have the GPU fans. Those are in place, connected somewhat. The chassis fans, yes, well, let's hope for the best. We still have the cable for the power button. As we educatedly guessed, it should be positioned. And USBs, powers, DIMMs. Well, might be that it's because we had this 15-minute turned to 30-minute break, but it feels like we started this project a few days ago and are slowly reaching a point where everything might work, but it's been so long that we don't remember where we started and when. So Hopsi Paapeli, did you have RGB lights there in some parts or on the case? Yes, there are RGBs on the fans of the chassis at least, but they are still currently unplugged. Partially because I didn't know where to put them, and partially because I thought that I'm not going to need them for the time being. But of course my opinion may change very swiftly once this dull machine boots, and it's nothing spectacular, but we will see. Okay, so now my plan is to see if the back plate can be put in place, and then we can try to boot this, because I can't think of anything that we might be missing. And Hopsi Paapeli mentioning that they could work as a plant light, make them purple. Well, nice try. Nice try. That's tempting. I'll give it a thought. So where's the side cover here? So after verifying that the PSU's connectors are at least somewhat-ish there-ish, we are reinserting or reapplying the back plate without the leaves if possible, but that's of course tall ask. And there it goes, like this perhaps. And there it is. Few screws, just, oh right, well it's obviously not in place now. Better. More or less there. Good. And we also didn't secure the screws for the fan, that we moved 1 centimeter or so. So perhaps we can also do that. And then it's about time we try to find some power for this machine, and then see if it makes any sort of sound, because I'm prepared to update the BIOS or UEFI, whatever it's called these days. And also there's some software installation to be done and whatnot, and that's going to be the end of the stream, for I presume it's going to take some dull time. But now it's very important that we get this thing up and running. So I could have used this extension to save some centimeters from the fans. So this was an option. I just didn't realize that it had the same slottings. So well, next time, and if we ever need to, and so forth, and that's not all. But all right, so we need power, and in order to get power we need a cable of sorts. We have a cat that's filled with power, but that's a different kind of power, for we need electricity and not just will. So there's an extension cord just where I left it, and then the other end could be somewhere where it would be fitting. So let's say around here-ish, just like this. And It's just enough. You're going to have to trust me on this. And then we have the cable for the power supply unit. So is it ATX then? Quite sure. But there's a name for that because it's a standard. And in it goes. Just like this. And let's move this a bit. Perhaps we could also try to move this a bit here and there and see what happens when we plug this thing in. Nothing should happen. And then when we put the power on, after securing everything and rechecking everything for 15 different times, or make it from 0 to 2 perhaps, we are reaching the point where let's adjust the camera angle just a bit, just to get most of the occasion. Okay, so now we will give electricity to the PSU. Not too much should happen right now. And then there's this power button, which is this. And then, well, this fan in the rear works, the fans in the front work, CPU fans, if there are any, well, they are rotating, correct. There's lights there, right, there are few LEDs, even if we are missing the ones on the fans. And now I don't know if we have long enough cable to actually see or to get any visuals, but we could try to do that for the show. Of course there are impossibilities, so what can you do if you can't make that happen? But well, one of these is HDMI. So there goes. And then in order to get to the screen as we know it, we're going to have to move things a bit. Okay, so the stream commences for additional few minutes, perhaps. Let's just secure things. With this really neat glass, and that's one of the places where we still have plastic. And where is the other screw? Well, it's gonna pop out from someplace eventually. There. And there it is. So since we have cable that runs for extra few
if not meters, then at least centimeters or tens of centimeters. We can try to rotate this ever so slightly and then see if the cable is tall enough to get to the nearest display available for us. In any case, this is very exciting time. More plastic that has followed our adventures, and hopsy bobbly, we have light and very supportive emojis, and also we have as a meta note, we have encoding overloaded message on our OBS telling us that it's about time to upgrade the computer if you want to be a professional streamer. So the timing couldn't have been better. But now the only easily accessible cable that I had was HDMI, and trying to find whether the display has usable port for us available. I'm very... Oh, right. I would have been surprised if there were none. But it was just located differently to my expectations. As things have very often been when I'm working with computers, you may have noticed during the night and during the day before the night. So we got the HDMI is in place, but there's no HDMI signal from the device. Let's see what the motherboard says. It might also be that it's on safe mode or power safe mode thingy or something. Or that there are something that we should figure out before we get to proceed. Okay, but that's the state of the art of the day today. And so as a summary, we got a really nice response from the computer so far, by which I mean that it runs to begin with, and then there shall be a summary of sorts later on when I have solved the possible issues that it might have. But this is as good a time as any to call it quits. So, ta-da! Ta-da! I'll carry on with the problem solving or potential setuping things off screen or off stream. Meanwhile, or before I do, there's some cat petting that needs to be done, so I'll start with that. But thank you for participating on this intermission stream. Things are looking up.
I would say, even if the comeback to the competitive AOE scene and competitive professional streamer scene is still underway. But we are a step closer to that. Okay, take care, good night, and see you all around. Perhaps even sooner than later. Take care. And thank you for sticking by all these months. Goodbye. Dun, dun, dun. And Hopsi Papeli, thank you for the stream, and shall you have an awesome night. Thank you. From behind the chassis. Thank you. Thank you.